Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The leaves of the great tree of Rivendell fell like golden tears, each one spiraling down with unnatural slowness, as if reluctant to part from branches that had nurtured them for 1,000 years, where once the mighty sentinel had shimmered with the light of countless stars caught within its silver-veined foliage. Now a creeping grey spread from its trunk to the farthest twigs. Beneath its fading canopy, the last council of the West had gathered, their faces solemn as they watched another leaf detach and begin its mournful descent. "The third age draws to its close," said Lord Elrond, master of Imladris, his ageless eyes reflecting the dying light of the tree. "With each passing day, more of our kind sail for the undying lands. Soon, the memory of elves will fade from Middle-earth entirely. Yet it need not end in darkness," countered Lady Galadriel, her voice like water flowing over ancient stones. "That the prophecy speaks of renewal through fire, the three eternal flames that once kindled the light of Erendil's star." Among the assembled dignitaries, tall elf lords with circlets of silver and mithril, stoic dwarf chieftains whose beards were braided with precious gems, stern-faced men of both Gondor and the northern realms, stood a figure who seemed almost comically out of place. Barely 4 feet tall, with curly chestnut hair and bright green eyes that darted curiously from face to face, Peregrine Took fidgeted with the buttons of his embroidered waistcoat. Unlike most hobbits who rarely ventured beyond the borders of the Shire, Pippin had spent years wandering the wider world, driven by an insatiable curiosity that his more respectable kin considered most improper. "The flames were scattered at the breaking of Thangorodrim," rumbled Grimhald, eldest of the dwarf lords present. "One buried in the deepest earth, one cast into the highest peaks, and one hidden in the realm where shadows lie. No single warrior could hope to recover them all." "Perhaps not a warrior," Galadriel replied, her luminous gaze falling upon Pippin. "The prophecy speaks of small hands that carry great fates and hearts uncorrupted by desire for dominion." Pippin swallowed hard as every head turned toward him. "Surely you don't mean me? I'm just a hobbit with an unfortunate habit of getting lost on purpose." "And therein lies your strength," Elrond said with the faintest smile touching his lips. "The flames cannot be claimed by force of arms or great ambition. They must be carried by one whose spirit remains untouched by the shadows that grow in this age, one who seeks neither power nor glory, but walks in wonder." And so it came to pass that Peregrine Took, hobbit of the Shire, found himself appointed the Flame-Bearer, tasked with a quest that would take him to the farthest corners of Middle-earth in search of artifacts older than the kingdoms of elves and men. He would not travel alone, for the council assigned him 2 companions, Thorin Stonehammer, a dwarf warrior whose skepticism of hobbits was matched only by his prowess with his namesake weapon, and Gandrel, a wandering wizard whose silver-streaked beard and storm-grey cloak concealed both his true age and the depth of his powers. Their journey began beneath the light of a waning moon, taking them first to the Mountains of Shadow, where ancient evil slumbered in forgotten tombs. The terrain grew steeper and more treacherous with each passing day, until finally they stood before a narrow cleft in the mountainside, barely wide enough for even Pippin to squeeze through. "The crack of doom," Gandril intoned, leaning on his gnarled staff. Once, Sauron himself walked these passages. Now they lead to the Chamber of Embers, where the flame of courage was hidden after the First Age. "Wonderful," Thorin grunted, adjusting his armor with a clank. "Sauron's old haunts, just where I'd choose to store a priceless artifact." "Actually," Pippin mused, studying the narrow entrance, "it's rather clever. Hide something in a place so terrible that no one would think to look there." Andrei, he ran his small hand along the rough stone. "There's something else. Feel how warm the rock is, even in this mountain chill." The passage wound deep into the mountain's heart, descending through natural caverns and hewn tunnels until they reached a vast chamber whose ceiling was lost in shadow. At its center stood a pedestal of obsidian, and upon it rested a simple clay lamp, unlit and seemingly ordinary. "That's it," Thorin scoffed. "Under the mighty flame of courage looks like something a peasant would use to check his chicken coop." "Appearances deceive," Gandril cautioned. "This is a test. The flame will only ignite for one who carries true courage, not the absence of fear, but the will to act despite it." Pippin approached the pedestal slowly, his bare hobbit feet silent on the stone floor. As he neared the lamp, the shadows around them stirred, coalescing into spectral forms, the wraiths of ancient warriors, their hollow eyes fixed upon the hobbit. "They're just illusions," Gandril called, though uncertainty tinged his voice. "Remnants of old magic." One of the wraiths lunged at Pippin, its ghostly blade passing harmlessly through him, yet leaving a chill that penetrated to his bones. Another reached for the lamp itself, incorporeal fingers closing around it possessively. "They're not trying to harm us," Pippin realized aloud, watching their movements. "They're afraid. They're trying to protect the flame from being taken." Understanding bloomed within him, like a flower opening to the sun. Sheathing his small dagger, Pippin faced the wraiths with empty hands. "I do not come to steal or conquer," he addressed them in a clear voice that belied his trembling knees. "I am the flame-bearer, chosen to carry the light back to the world. The darkness grows, and the flame is needed once more." The wraiths hesitated, their spectral forms wavering like smoke in a breeze. Then, one by one, they bowed their heads and dissolved into motes of light that swirled around the lamp. As the last wraith faded, the lamp ignited with a flame the color of dawn. Not yellow or orange, but a rich, vibrant rose that cast no shadows. "The flame of courage," Gandril breathed. "It burns without fuel and without heat, yet it can kindle hope in the darkest heart." Pippin lifted the lamp carefully, expecting it to be hot, but found it cool to the touch. The moment his fingers closed around the ancient clay, the flame seemed to sing, a melody without sound that resonated in his chest like distant horns. "One flame claimed," Thorin acknowledged, a newfound respect in his gruff voice. "Two yet remain." Their quest took them next across vast plains and through forests where trees whispered secrets of ages past, until they reached the frozen northlands where the misty mountains thrust their jagged peaks into perpetually storm-racked skies. Here they sought the flame of wisdom, said to be hidden in the highest citadel of the ancient ice giants. The ascent nearly claimed their lives thrice over. Blizzards lashed at them with winds sharp as knives. Crevasses opened beneath their feet without warning, and the very air grew too thin to fill their laboring lungs. When at last they reached the ruins of Methentora, the city of frost, they found not giants but silence, a necropolis of ice where colossal thrones sat empty and forgotten. "The flame will be in the highest tower," Gandrel wheezed, his breath clouding before him. On the observatory of stars, where the giants once communed with the heavens themselves. The observatory proved to be a domed chamber of crystal and silver, open to the elements yet somehow warmer than the mountain air outside. In its center hung a perfect sphere of ice, suspended in mid-air without visible support. Within the sphere flickered a flame of deepest blue, like the heart of a sapphire brought to life. The flame of wisdom, Gandrel confirmed. Ah, but the sphere is a puzzle. Break it incorrectly, and the flame will extinguish forever. Thorin examined the sphere with a craftsman's eye. No seams, no latches. Whatever magic suspends it is beyond my knowledge of mechanisms. Pippin circled the floating orb thoughtfully, the flame of courage still burning steadily in its lamp at his belt. As he watched, the rose-colored light reflected in the ice, creating patterns within, constellations that shifted and changed with each step he took. It's not a puzzle to be solved, he realized. And it's a question to be answered. Standing directly before the sphere, Pippin asked simply, "Why do you burn?" The blue flame within the ice pulsed once, and words of light appeared across the sphere's surface in a script so ancient that even Gandrel could not read it. Yet Pippin understood, not with his mind but with his heart. To illuminate, not to consume, he translated. To reveal truth, not to destroy it. The ice sphere dissolved like morning mist, leaving the blue flame hovering in midair. It drifted to Pippin's outstretched hands, manifesting as a crystal phial that glowed with inner radiance. Two flames gathered, Gandrel said with quiet wonder. One remains, the most perilous to claim. The final leg of their journey took them beyond the maps of known lands, through the blighted marsh where willow-wisps danced on the graves of lost travelers, and into the Shadowlands, a realm neither living nor dead, where reality itself seemed thin as gossamer. Here dwelled creatures of nightmare and twisted beauty, svarts with eyes like polished jet, lindworms that spoke in riddles and devoured those who answered incorrectly, and the forgotten ones, whose forms changed with each blink of the eye. At the heart of this realm stood a fortress of thorns and smoke, its spires reaching toward a sky where 3 moons hung in perpetual eclipse. The Black Court, seat of the Shadow Queen, who had once been counted among the Maiar before pride and bitterness led her into darkness. The flame of compassion lies within her treasury, Gandrel explained as they crouched behind a thicket of bone-white briars. Taken as spoils when her armies sacked the Western Havens in the Second Age. And I suppose we're just going to ask nicely for its return, Thorin growled, clutching his stone hammer with white-knuckled tension. No, Pippin said, his voice carrying a new certainty that made his companions look at him in surprise. I will go alone. Madness, Thorin protested. The Queen's guards will cut you down before you reach the gate. But Gandrel studied the hobbit's face intently. The flames have changed him, the wizard observed. They recognize their bearer. Indeed, something had shifted in Pippin's demeanor. Where once he had been merely curious and kind-hearted, now a quiet wisdom shone in his eyes, and a courage beyond his years straightened his shoulders. From his belt hung the lamp with its rose-colored flame. Around his neck, the crystal phial of blue fire. Both illuminated him with a light that seemed to bend around corners and pass through solid matter. I will return by moonset, Pippin promised, and before his companions could object further, he slipped away through the briars. What transpired within the Black Court, neither Thorin nor Gandrel ever fully learned. They waited through hours that stretched like years, watching as strange lights played across the fortress windows and unearthly music drifted on the wind. When Pippin finally returned, the third moon had just slipped behind the horizon, and in his hands he carried a silver chalice in which burned a flame of purest gold. "The Queen?" Gandrel asked cautiously. "She wept," Pippin said simply, "for the first time in an age. And in her tears she found a measure of the grace she had forsaken. The return journey to Rivendell passed as if in a dream. Where once they had struggled against terrain and weather, now paths seemed to open before them, and streams parted to allow their crossing. Birds carried news of their coming, and even in the darkest forest, predators kept their distance from the light of the three flames. When at last they stood again, before the great tree of Imladris, its condition had worsened dramatically. Most branches stood bare, and a greyness had spread throughout its mighty trunk. The gathered council watched in solemn silence as Pippin approached the tree, bearing his three precious burdens. "The prophecy speaks of sacrifice," Elrond reminded him gently. "One flame must be given to the roots of the world, one to its branches, and one to a living vessel," Pippin finished, understanding dawning in his eyes. "I know what must be done." He placed the lamp of rose fire among the tree's roots, where it sank into the earth like water into parched soil. He hung the crystal phial among the highest branches he could reach, where its blue light spread along every twig and bud. Then, cradling the golden chalice, he turned to face the council. "The flame of compassion cannot be planted or hung," he explained. "It must be carried within a living heart." Without hesitation, he raised the chalice to his lips and drank the golden fire. Light blazed from within him, shining through his skin as if he were made of finest parchment. For a moment, those watching feared he would be consumed entirely, but then the light settled, becoming a warm glow that centered in his chest and illuminated his face with a perpetual inner radiance. The effect on the great tree was immediate and wondrous. From its roots surged new life, a vibrant green that raced upward through trunk and branch. Leaves budded and unfurled in moments, not golden but silver green, veined with light that pulsed like heartbeats. Where the crystal phial hung, blossoms opened, flowers unlike any seen before in Middle-earth, with petals of translucent blue that chimed softly in the breeze. "It is done," Galadriel proclaimed, wonder in her ancient eyes. "The tree of Rivendell is renewed, and with it, the magic that preserves these lands." Pippin Took returned eventually to the Shire, though he was never again the same carefree hobbit who had left it. Children followed him wherever he went, drawn to the stories he told and the gentle light that shone from him in moments of darkness or fear. In later years, travelers spoke of a hobbit healer whose touch could ease the greatest suffering, and whose garden bloomed with flowers that glowed beneath the moon. And when at last he departed Middle-earth in the company of the last elves to sail west, it is said that three flames lit their passage across the sundering seas, one rose, one blue, and one gold, carried in the compassionate heart of a most extraordinary hobbit. Story 2. The lonely mountain stood sentinel against the bruised twilight sky, its jagged peak piercing the gathering storm clouds like an ancient blade. Once home to the greatest kingdom of dwarves in Middle-earth, the mountain now echoed with different sounds, not the rhythmic hammering of forges or jovial songs of feasting halls, but the guttural roars and thunderous footfalls of trolls. Hundreds of them had descended from the northern wastes, a tide of granite flesh and bone that swept through the valley settlements, leaving only rubble and ash in their wake. In the shadow of this catastrophe, a most unlikely hero emerged from the tall grass that bordered the easternmost fields of the Shire. Bilbo Brandybuck, barely 3.5 feet tall with curly copper hair and hazel eyes that had never witnessed true warfare, peered over a rocky outcropping at the smouldering remains of Green Hollow, the small trading outpost where hobbit merchants had for generations exchanged pipeweed and preserves for the fine metalwork of the dwarves. "Nothing left," Filbo whispered, his voice catching as he spotted a child's wooden toy horse, charred but recognizable among the wreckage. Just 3 days ago, he had delivered a cartload of long-bottom leaf to this very spot, sharing tea with the outpost's keeper and his family. Now they were gone, fled or worse, and the trolls had moved westward toward the heart of the Shire itself. A sound behind him, the subtle shift of stone against stone, sent Filbo diving into the underbrush, his heart hammering against his ribs. Hobbits could move with remarkable stealth when needed, and he lay motionless as heavy footsteps approached his hiding place. "You hide well, halfling," came a voice like gravel wrapped in velvet. "But your fear has a scent all its own." Filbo remained still, calculating the distance back to the stream where he might lose his pursuer. Before he could move, a booted foot pushed aside the foliage, revealing a figure that was certainly no troll. A dwarf stood there, broad-shouldered and imposing despite his modest height. Silver streaked his dark beard, which was braided with intricate metalwork and fell to his belt. His armor bore scorch marks and dents that spoke of recent battle, and his eyes held the haunted look of one who had seen too much death. "I mean you no harm," the dwarf said, extending a hand adorned with rings of strange design. "I am Thrain, once of Erebor." "Once?" Filbo asked, accepting the hand after a moment's hesitation. A shadow passed over the dwarf's weathered features. "Erebor has fallen. The troll horde serves a greater master, Morgoth, the Shadow Lord. He has claimed the mountain as his fortress." Filbo's blood ran cold. Even in the peaceful Shire, tales were told of Morgoth, a being of ancient malice who had once been a lieutenant of Morgoth himself in the first age of Middle-earth. Long had he slumbered beneath the roots of forgotten mountains, but it seemed his dormancy had ended. "Why would such a power concern himself with trolls and mountains?" Filbo asked, brushing dirt from his waistcoat. "And why are you telling me this? I'm just a hobbit." Thrain's gaze grew more intense. "That is precisely why. The Shadow Lord fears what your kind represents. Simple goodness uncorrupted by ambition or greed. The trolls were sent to eradicate the Shire before moving south to Gondor and beyond." "But that's absurd," Filbo protested. "We're not warriors or wizards. We're gardeners and brewers, and—" "You are more," Thrain interrupted. "The oldest prophecies speak of the small folk who would stand against the final darkness. When shadow stretches long across the land, look not to towers of stone or men of might, but to gentle hands that till the earth." Filbo stared at the dwarf in disbelief. "You've mistaken me for someone important. I deliver pipeweed and occasionally help my cousin map the borders. I'm not part of any prophecy." "And yet here you stand, while others fled," Thrain observed. "Courage often reveals itself in unexpected vessels." Before Filbo could object further, a horn blast echoed across the valley, deep and ominous, its reverberations setting birds to flight from nearby trees. "Sir Morgoth's lieutenants have caught our scent," Thrain growled, drawing an axe from his back. "We must move. There is a place of safety not far from here, a hidden door that leads to ancient halls beneath the hills." As they fled through deepening shadows, Filbo's mind raced. All his life, he had been considered odd among hobbits for his curiosity about the world beyond the Shire's borders. His maps and journals filled with notes about distant lands had earned him amused tolerance at best, outright mockery at worst. Now, those same oddities had placed him in the path of events too large and terrible to comprehend. The hidden door, proved to be set into the base of a cliff face, concealed behind a curtain of ivy and marked with runes that glowed faintly blue in the gathering darkness. Within they found a chamber carved from the living rock, its walls adorned with frescoes so ancient that most had crumbled to dust. A few figures remained discernible, dwarves and elves standing together against a looming darkness, and between them, smaller figures that could only be hobbits. The alliance of three kindreds, Thrain explained, lighting a torch that cast dancing shadows across the ancient artwork. From the First Age, when Morgoth's master nearly conquered all of Middle-earth, few remember that hobbits fought in those wars, not as frontline warriors, but as scouts and messengers whose courage saved countless lives. Filbo traced the outline of a hobbit figure carrying what appeared to be a banner. My grandmother used to sing lullabies about the little folk of great heart who walked through shadow unharmed. I always thought they were just stories. Stories become legends, legends fade to myth, but truth remains, Thrain said solemnly. Your people possess a resilience against darkness that elves and dwarves and men do not share. Where we might be corrupted by proximity to evil, hobbits remain steadfast. Fat lot of good that does against trolls twice my height, Filbo muttered. It is not trolls you must face, but what they serve, Thrain replied, moving deeper into the chamber toward a stone pedestal at its center. And for that, we need the Sword of Durin. The pedestal stood empty, but Thrain placed his hand upon it and spoke words in Khuzdul, the secret language of dwarves. The stone shifted, revealing a hidden compartment containing not a sword, but a map drawn on leather, so ancient it had hardened to the consistency of wood. The sword was hidden when Morgoth's first uprising was quelled, Thrain explained, carefully unrolling the map, split into 3 pieces and secreted in different chambers beneath Erebor. We must recover them before the Shadow Lord realizes their significance. We. Filbo's voice rose an octave. But surely you don't expect me to venture into a mountain crawling with trolls. Not alone, Thrain acknowledged with the first hint of a smile Filbo had seen. But yes, you must come. Only a hobbit can safely handle the hilt of the sword once we find it. Any dwarf who tried would be consumed by its power, the same power that corrupted Morgoth himself when he was still counted among the Maiar. Thus began a journey that would take Filbo Brandybuck farther from home than any hobbit had ventured in an age. Through hidden tunnels that wormed beneath the misty mountains, across the desolation that had once been the verdant valley of Dale, and finally to the secret entrance to Erebor, a narrow cleft in the mountainside that admitted them to abandoned mine shafts unused since the kingdom's fall. The halls of Erebor, once magnificent beyond imagining, now lay in eerie silence. Grand chambers where dwarf lords had feasted beneath crystal chandeliers stood empty, their tables overturned and treasures looted. Worse were the signs of the trolls, passing, crude runes carved into ancient pillars, the remains of foul meals strewn across marble floors, and occasionally the broken weapons of those who had tried to defend their home. They've desecrated everything, Thrain whispered, his voice thick with grief as they passed the shattered remnants of a statue depicting a dwarf king. My father stood there when I was but a child. He showed me the 7 stars reflected in the pool at the statue's feet and told me that one day I would be counted among the great lords of our people. You will be, Filbo assured him, surprising himself with his own conviction. But when we drive out this shadow, they located the first piece of the sword, its crossguard, in a forgotten treasury deep beneath the living quarters. The second, its blade, was recovered from behind a waterfall in an underground grotto where luminous fungi cast an ethereal blue light over everything. But it was the third piece, the hilt, that proved most elusive and most dangerous to obtain. "On the map shows it in the heart of the mountain," Thrain explained, as they crouched in a narrow passage, the distant roars of trolls echoing through the stone around them. "The throne room itself. Where Morgoth now sits," Filbo concluded grimly. The throne room of Erebor had once been the pride of dwarven architecture, a vast chamber with soaring columns carved to resemble an ancient forest, its ceiling open to the peak of the mountain where a shaft of sunlight would illuminate the throne at midday. Now, perpetual darkness cloaked the space, for Morgoth had worked foul magic to blot out the sun above. In its place, a sickly green light emanated from the throne itself, where a figure sat unmoving. From their hiding place behind a fallen column, Filbo could make out little of the Shadow Lord save for his towering height and the crown of twisted metal that sat upon his head. No guards stood watch, none were needed, for the very air around the throne writhed with malevolent energy that made Thrain physically ill the closer they approached. "I can go no further," the dwarf admitted, sweat beading on his forehead as they reached the outer rim of columns. The corruption is too strong. I feel it pulling at my mind, offering power beyond imagining if I would just surrender my will." Filbo felt it too, a whisper at the edges of his consciousness, promising comfort and security for the Shire if he would only turn back and forget this foolish quest. Yet beneath that seductive voice lay something discordant, a wrongness that his hobbit sensibility recognized immediately as false. "It's lying," he whispered. "Or whatever it promises, it means to destroy everything." Thrain nodded weakly. "The hilt should be in a compartment beneath the throne itself. You must go alone while Morgoth is distracted. His lieutenants have reported a breach in the lower mines. He will leave soon to investigate." Sure enough, moments later the green light flared, and a figure of terrible majesty rose from the throne. Morgoth stood nearly 12 feet tall, his form cloaked in shadows that seemed to absorb the light around him. His face, if he had one, was hidden behind a mask of black metal with only pinpricks where eyes should be. Pinpricks that glowed with the same sickly green light as the throne. "Find the intruders," he commanded, in a voice that made the very stone vibrate. "Bring me the dwarf lord alive. His suffering will draw others of his kind from hiding." With a swirl of darkness, Morgoth vanished, leaving the throne room momentarily empty. Filbo didn't hesitate. Darting from hiding, he raced across the open floor, his bare hobbit feet making no sound on the stone. The throne loomed before him, a grotesque parody of the dignified seat it had once been. Bones had been incorporated into its structure, some recognizably dwarven, others from creatures Filbo couldn't identify. True to Thrain's information, a small compartment existed beneath the throne, concealed by a stone that shifted at Filbo's touch. Within lay an object wrapped in cloth that had once been white but was now stained with age. As his fingers closed around it, a jolt of energy coursed up his arm. Not painful, but awakening, as if parts of himself he hadn't known existed suddenly came to life. Unwrapping the bundle revealed a hilt of mithril and gold, inscribed with runes that glowed with inner light. Unlike the malevolent green of Morgoth's throne, this light was pure and warm, reminiscent of sunrise on the first day of spring. Filbo felt tears spring to his eyes, though he couldn't have explained why. His moment of wonder was shattered by a roar of rage that shook dust from the ceiling. Morgoth had returned, and with him a dozen troll guards with cruel weapons drawn. "Thief!" the Shadow Lord bellowed, darkness roiling around him like storm clouds. "Would you dare touch what is mine?" "It was never yours," Filbo replied, surprised by the steadiness in his voice as he clutched the hilt to his chest, "and neither is this mountain." He ran then, faster than he'd ever moved, dodging between columns as trolls lumbered in pursuit. Thrain met him at their hidden entrance, clutching the other pieces of the sword. "Join them," the dwarf urged, holding out the blade and crossguard. Quickly, before he is upon us!" Filbo pressed the pieces together, expecting resistance, but they melded as if eager to be whole once more. The completed sword blazed with white fire, its light so intense that the pursuing trolls fell back with howls of pain. Even Morgoth halted his advance, raising a shadowy arm to shield himself from the radiance. "The sword of Durin stands against the dark once more," Thrain breathed in awe. Forged from the light of the two trees themselves, before the breaking of the world. The sword felt impossibly light in Filbo's hands, as if it weighed no more than a feather. The blade was etched with flowing script that shifted and changed as he watched, telling the story of its creation and purpose. And with that knowledge came understanding, not just of the sword, but of himself and the unique resilience that hobbits possessed. "We must reach the Gallery of Kings," Thrain said urgently. "There's a passage there that leads directly outside. We can rally the survivors from Dale and the Iron Hills." As they fled through the winding halls of Erebor, Morgoth's rage manifested in tremors that shook the very mountain. Pillars cracked, floors buckled, and ancient chandeliers crashed down around them. Yet wherever the sword's light touched, the stone held firm, as if awakening to its original purpose of shelter and protection rather than imprisonment. They emerged into the Gallery of Kings just as Morgoth materialized before them, his form now terrible beyond description, darkness given shape and malevolent will. "You cannot escape," he intoned, his voice causing blood to trickle from Thrain's ears. "The sword is powerful, but you are still a halfling, a nothing, a footnote in the grand saga of Middle-earth." Filbo felt fear, certainly. Only a fool would not. But beneath that fear lay something stronger. The simple, unshakable hobbit conviction that gardens should grow, children should laugh, and darkness should never prevail while light remained. "I may be half your size," Filbo replied, raising the sword, "but I am whole of heart. And that is what you fear most." What followed would be sung of in the halls of elves and dwarves for generations to come. How a hobbit of the Shire stood before the Shadow Lord with the reforged sword of Durin blazing in his hands. How the light of the sword met the darkness of Morgoth in a clash that shattered every window in the Gallery of Kings. How in the end, it was not the sword's edge that defeated the ancient evil, but its light, a light that pierced the Shadow Lord's being and exposed the emptiness at his core. Morgoth fled that day, his form dispersing like smoke in a strong wind, his troll army scattering in confusion without his will to guide them. The lonely mountain was reclaimed, though the scars of his occupation would take generations to heal. As for Filbo Brandybuck, he did eventually return to the Shire, though he was never again content to simply deliver pipeweed to border outposts. The sword of Durin hung above his mantelpiece, dormant now, but ready should darkness ever threaten again. And on quiet evenings, when curious young hobbits gathered in his garden to hear tales of his adventures, he would always end with the same words: "Remember, little ones, that it is not the size of the warrior that matters in the final accounting, but the size of the courage in their heart." Story 3. The corpse of the dragon lay sprawled across the ancient stones of the Blue Hills like a fallen constellation, its scales still glimmering with the iridescent light of 1,000 dying stars. Vermithrax the Eloquent, last of the great worms who still deigned to speak with the younger races, had been found dead at dawn. No wound marked his magnificent form, no sign of battle scarred the surrounding landscape. Yet the mighty creature, who had outlived empires, had breathed his last, his golden eyes now dull as tarnished brass. Around the fallen behemoth gathered a solemn assembly, unlike any seen in the Third Age of Middle-earth. Elven lords with crowns of silver and eyes that had witnessed the shaping of mountains. Dwarf kings clad in armor of mithril and grief. Men of both northern and southern realms, their differences momentarily forgotten in the shadow of mutual concern. For with Vermithrax died more than just a single creature. With him perished the ancient covenant between dragons and the free peoples, a tenuous peace that had kept fire and fang at bay for 7 centuries. And among these mighty gathered figures, nearly overlooked by all, stood Bandobras Took, a hobbit barely 4 feet tall, with curly auburn hair and a waistcoat of forest green embroidered with golden thread. Unlike most of his kind, who rarely ventured beyond the borders of the Shire, Bandobra had spent decades wandering the wider world, collecting tales and legends that his fellow hobbits dismissed as fanciful nonsense. His parchments and journals, filled with meticulous notes on the histories and languages of 100 realms, had earned him little respect in Hobbiton, but had drawn the attention of greater powers. "Adilus, this is no natural death," declared Galadriel, Lady of Lorien, her voice like water flowing over ancient stone. Her golden hair caught the last light of day as the sun sank behind the hills. "Dark forces are at work. The pact is broken," growled Grimbeorn the Skin Changer, whose father had fought alongside Bjorn in the Battle of 5 Armies. In his human form, he towered over all but the tallest elves, his beard wild and his eyes reflecting the beast within. Without Vermithrax to hold them to their word, the younger drakes will descend upon our lands like locusts. "If any still live," countered Thorin III Stonehelm, "king under the mountain." "No dragon has been sighted beyond Vermithrax in 50 years. They live," Bandobra spoke up, his voice surprisingly clear and firm for one so small among the mighty. The assembled lords turned to regard him with expressions ranging from curiosity to barely concealed disdain. "The question is not whether they survive, but why they have hidden themselves away. And what would a halfling know of dragons?" asked a tall man from Gondor, his tone not unkind but heavy with skepticism. Galadriel's eyes sparkled with something like amusement. "More than most, Lord Barahir. The hobbits keep secrets even they have forgotten they keep." She gestured gracefully toward Bandobras. "Speak, Master Took. The White Council would hear your wisdom." Bandobra cleared his throat, acutely aware of the weight of legendary gazes upon him. "My people are not warriors or wizards, but we are keepers of tales. For generations, my family has preserved songs and stories others thought mere children's rhymes." He withdrew from his pack a small, leather-bound book, its pages yellow with age. "Including the oldest draconic lullabies passed down since the First Age." A murmur rippled through the assembly. Grimbeorn's expression darkened with suspicion, but Galadriel nodded encouragingly. "The death of Vermithrax is no coincidence," Bandobras continued. 3 nights past, I dreamed of dragons with sealed mouths, unable to speak or breathe fire. When word reached me of Vermithrax's passing, I knew my dream was a vision. "A hobbit with foresight," scoffed one of the dwarf lords. "Next you'll claim to be a wizard in disguise." "Not foresight," corrected Gandalf the Grey, who had remained silent until now, smoke from his pipe curling around his weathered face. "Recognition. The old songs speak of a time when dragons would fall silent before the return of their first master." His keen eyes fixed on Bandobras. "You recognize the signs because your people remember what others chose to forget." Before more questions could be raised, a horn sounded from the valley below. 3 short blasts followed by 1 long note, the signal of approaching danger. "Orcs!" spat Thorin Stonehelm. "A raiding party tests our borders while we debate." "No ordinary raid," Gandalf warned, rising to his feet. "They come for the dragon's corpse." The battle that followed was brief but fierce. 100 orcs swarmed up the hillside, led by pale-skinned Uruks, bearing the emblem of a lidless eye wreathed in flame. They fought not to kill, but to reach Vermithrax's body, their purpose clear only when one managed to sever a scale from the dragon's hide before being cut down by Grimbeorn's axe. When the last orc fell, Bandobras approached the spot where the scale had been taken. A shimmering fluid the color of midnight seeped from beneath the damaged scales. Not blood, but something more akin to liquid shadow. "Dragon essence," he whispered, recognition dawning in his eyes. "The substance of their magic, their very being." What would orcs want with such material, wondered Barahir of Gondor, cleaning his blade on the grass. "Not orcs," Gandalf corrected grimly. "Their master. One who knows the old arts of domination and binding." It was decided that night that Vermithrax's body must be guarded until proper rites could be performed to prevent further desecration. More pressing was the mystery of the missing dragons and what connection their silence might have to Vermithrax's death. To the surprise of many, and the visible discomfort of others, Galadriel named Bandobras Took as one of 3 who would seek answers in the dragon hatcheries hidden deep within the Grey Mountains. "The Hobbit's knowledge may unlock doors no force of arms could breach," she explained when Grimbeorn objected. "Ooh, and where suspicion reigns, innocence may pass unnoticed." And so it came to pass that Bandobras found himself trekking through highland passes alongside Grimbeorn, the skin changer, and Galadriel's handmaiden, a warrior priestess named Nimrodel, whose silver hair was braided with thorns and whose eyes held memories of sorrows beyond counting. "A strange company we make," Bandobra remarked on their 3rd night, as they camped beneath an ancient pine. "A hobbit, a skin changer, and an elf maiden, seeking dragons who have lost their voices." "Your voice may be our only hope," Nimrodel replied softly. "If the young dragons still live, they will not trust elves or the kin of Beorn. But a hobbit, your kind has never warred with dragonkind, because we had the good sense to stay out of their way," Bandobras chuckled. "No," Grimbeorn growled, his features sharper in the firelight, more bear-like even in human form, "because they recognize something in your people that others lack, a purity of spirit unburdened by the great sins of the elder days. 7 days of hard travel brought them to the mouth of a vast cavern high in the mountains, where the air shimmered with heat despite the snow that blanketed the surrounding peaks. No guards stood watch, no runes of warding marked the stone, yet Bandobras felt a presence, many presences, observing their approach. "They know we're here," he whispered. "I can feel them watching." "Then speak your piece, halfling," Grimbeorn urged, his hand never straying far from his axe. "Before they decide we're enemies." Bandobras stepped forward, clutching his book of ancient songs. The cavern seemed to inhale, a subtle shift in air pressure that made his ears pop. Drawing a deep breath, he began to sing in a language none had spoken in an age, the first tongue of dragonkind, preserved in the lullabies and hearth tales of the Shire. The song was simple but beautiful, a melody that spoke of mountains born from fire and skies untouched by any wing, of the first awakening of scaled life in the depths of time. As the final notes faded into the cavern's darkness, silence reigned so absolute that Bandobras could hear his own heartbeat. Then came movement from the shadows. Not one creature but dozens. Young dragons no larger than horses emerged into the light, their scales a rainbow of hues, from deepest emerald to burnished copper. Beautiful and terrible they were, with eyes of liquid gold and claws that could rend steel. Yet when they opened their mouths to respond, no sound emerged. Their jaws worked silently, desperately, like those of drowning fish gasping for water. "By the Valar," breathed Nimrodel. They try to speak, but cannot. The largest of the dragons, a creature of midnight blue scales and silver wing membranes, approached Bandobras and lowered its head until their eyes were level. With one talon, it scratched at the stone floor, carving symbols into the rock. Its writing in the old runes, Bandobras translated, bending to examine the marks. They say, "The silence came with the crown, our voices stolen. Vermithrax resisted, died for it." "What crown?" demanded Grimbeorn. The dragon carved more symbols, and Bandobras paled as he read them. The crown of scales, an artifact forged in the First Age from the essence of the first dragon, Ancalagan the Black. It was thought destroyed in the War of Wrath, but... He looked up at his companions, fear evident in his gentle features. "If it has been found and reforged, its wielder could command all dragonkind, not just their bodies, but their very fire and magic." More young dragons had gathered now, forming a circle around the visitors. The blue drake carved a final message, "Help us sing again." That night, as they made camp deeper within the cavern under the watchful eyes of silent dragons, Bandobra pored over his book of lore by firelight. Nimrodel kept watch while Grimbeorn slept, his snores echoing off the stone walls. "The crown of scales," Bandobras murmured, tracing the faded illustration in his book. "It wasn't destroyed, it was unmade, split into 7 shards and scattered across Middle-earth. And someone has gathered the pieces," Nimrodel concluded, "but not all. The dragons can still think independently, still resist complete control. Vermithrax was the oldest and strongest." Bandobras nodded. "He fought the compulsion and died for it. The younger dragons, lacking his strength, lost their voices instead. So we find this crown and destroy it," Grimbeorn rumbled, apparently not as asleep as they had thought. "Simple enough." "Not simple at all," Bandobras sighed. "The crown can only be unmade by dragonfire freely given, and no dragon can speak the words of power needed while under its influence." The blue dragon, who had been listening intently, suddenly moved to Bandobras's side. It gestured to the hobbit's throat, then to its own, a question in its golden eyes. "I think," Bandobras said slowly, a smile spreading across his face, "our young friend has the right idea. The dragons cannot speak, but I can. They cannot give their fire willingly, but perhaps they can lend it to one who speaks for them." Thus began an unlikely alliance, with Bandobras acting as voice for the silenced dragons. A plan was formed to locate the wielder of the Crown of Scales, a dark sorcerer who had taken residence in the ruins of Carn Dûm, once stronghold of the Witch King of Angmar. There, surrounded by armies of orcs and trolls, he prepared for a conquest that would bring fire and death to all lands of Middle-earth. What none expected was that the strength of dragons lay not merely in flame and claw, but in memory and song. As Bandobras taught the young drakes the songs of their ancestors through gesture and example, a new kind of fire kindled within them, one that the Crown of Scales could not extinguish. And when the final battle came at the gates of Carn Dûm, it was not force of arms that turned the tide, but the voice of a single hobbit singing the song of unbinding, while a chorus of dragons added their rekindled flame to his words. The Crown of Scales shattered, its fragments no more dangerous than common stone, and the dragons' voices returned in a cacophony of roars that shook the mountains to their foundations. The sorcerer fled eastward, his plans in ruins, his armies scattered. In the years that followed, a new covenant was formed between dragons and the free peoples. One written not in treaties, but in songs taught by Bandobras Tuk, whose name became legend among both hobbits and dragonkind. And though he eventually returned to the Shire, his garden gate was often visited by scaled messengers bearing gifts and tales from distant lands. For the dragons never forgot that when they lost their voices, it was a hobbit who remembered their songs and taught them to sing again. Story 4. Snow fell in midsummer upon the verdant hills of the Anduin Vale, a phenomenon not seen in the memory of even the eldest elves who walked those ancient lands. White flakes drifted lazily between golden wheat stalks, settling upon apple blossoms that should have long since transformed into fruit. Farmers gazed skyward with fear in their eyes, for this was no natural occurrence. This was the breath of the Frost King, spreading southward from his domain beyond the misty mountains. In the small hobbit settlement at the vale's edge, Primrose Burrows knelt beside the great river's bank, her nimble fingers harvesting frost-bitten herbs that would soon be lost to the unnatural winter. Unlike most hobbits who preferred the comforts of hearth and pantry, Primrose served as her village's healer, venturing forth in all seasons to gather what the earth provided. Her chestnut curls peeked out beneath a woolen cap, and her hazel eyes reflected worry as she surveyed the ice creeping along the riverbank. "Bless me, but this isn't right," she murmured, breath-forming clouds in the increasingly frigid air. "Midsummer's day, and here's ice thick enough for skating." As she spoke, something glinted beneath the water's surface, a pulse of blue light that called to her with an urgency she couldn't explain. Hesitantly, Primrose reached into the frigid water, her fingers closing around a smooth, cold circle. Withdrawing her hand, she found herself holding a ring carved from what appeared to be pure ice, yet it did not melt against her warm skin. Instead, it pulsed with an inner light that matched the rhythm of her heartbeat. "What manner of trinket are you?" she whispered, turning it in her palm. "One who waits for the worthy," came a voice like cracking ice, not in her ears but within her mind. "One who seeks the frost-bearer." Startled, Primrose nearly dropped the ring, but some instinct made her fingers close tightly around it instead. A rush of cold swept up her arm, not painful but awakening, as if parts of her had been asleep without her knowledge. When the sensation passed, delicate patterns of frost adorned her skin from fingertips to elbow, beautiful crystalline whirls that sparkled in the weak sunlight. "Great garden's grace," she breathed, watching as the patterns shifted with her movements. On impulse, she extended her hand toward a nearby puddle, and to her astonishment, it froze solid instantly. 3 days later, Primrose stood before the Council of the North in Rivendell, the last homely house east of the sea. Elrond, half-elven, gazed down at the diminutive hobbit with eyes that had witnessed the rise and fall of kingdoms, while beside him sat Radagast the Brown, his weathered staff clutched in gnarled hands. Representatives of men, dwarves, and even a delegation of mountain eagles crowded the circular chamber, their voices raised in argument until Elrond raised his hand for silence. "The hobbit will speak," he commanded, and all eyes turned to Primrose, who clutched her medicine bag nervously with one hand, while the ice ring gleamed on the other. "I'm just a healer," she began hesitantly, "but the ring chose me, and now I can... Well, I can do this." She gestured toward an empty goblet on the table, which instantly filled with snowflakes before everyone's astonished eyes. "The Ring of Forochel," Radagast murmured, long thought lost when the Blue Wizards ventured north beyond the Iron Mountains. It was forged as a counterbalance to the power of Ithilien, the Frost King. "Who was once Ithilien the Fair," added an elderly elf with silver hair. and as the greatest of the Sindar bards, before he discovered the frozen throne beneath Khan Dum and was corrupted by its ancient power. "The throne of the Witch King of Angmar?" asked a man in the armor of Gondor. "Older still," Elrond replied grimly, "a relic of Morgoth's first lieutenant, who wielded winter as a weapon before Sauron rose to prominence. And now Ithilien sits upon that throne, extending an eternal winter that will soon engulf all lands from the northern waste to Gondor's fields." "But what has this to do with a halfling?" demanded Thorin Stonefist, the dwarf emissary. "No disrespect, little mistress, but surely this is a task for warriors and wizards." Radagast leaned forward, his eyes kind but serious as they met Primrose's. "The ring chose her because hobbits possess what the rest of us often lack: purity of heart and absence of ambition. The ring cannot be corrupted if its bearer cannot be tempted by power." "That's nonsense," Primrose protested. "I've wanted things. Just last week, I coveted Mrs. Proudfoot's prize-winning blackberry preserves, something fierce." A ripple of laughter broke the tension, but Elrond remained solemn. "There is a difference between desiring simple pleasures and hungering for dominion," Primrose burrows. "The ring seeks one whose heart remains true even when faced with the ultimate power, the power to reshape the world's seasons themselves." And so it was decided that Primrose would journey northward to the ice towers of Khan Dum, where Ithilien, the Frost King, had established his realm of perpetual winter. She would not go alone. Balin, a dwarf smith known for his work with enchanted metals, volunteered to accompany her, as did the wizard Radagast, though he warned he could not approach the throne room itself for reasons he kept mysterious. Their journey through the increasingly frozen landscape tested Primrose in ways her peaceful life in the Anduin Vale never had. They traversed mountain passes where the wind howled with voices that seemed almost human, pleading for them to rest, just for a moment, in the soft snow drifts. They fought off ice wolves with crystal fangs and eyes that glowed with the same blue light as Primrose's ring. And always, the ring whispered to her, teaching her to shape the snow into bridges across chasms, to create shelters of ice when no other protection could be found, to sense the approach of Ithilien's frost sentinels before they appeared. "The ring isn't just a tool," she confided to Balin one night as they huddled in an ice dome of her creation, while Radagast communed with winter birds outside. "It's more like a window, showing me what winter truly is. Not death, but a necessary sleep. Not cruelty, but preparation for renewal." Balin nodded thoughtfully, his breath fogging in the cold air. Ithilien has forgotten that truth. He sees only winter's power to dominate and destroy. That is why the throne corrupted him. It amplified what was already in his heart. "But what am I supposed to do when we reach him?" Primrose asked. "I'm no warrior. I can barely wield a kitchen knife, let alone a sword." "Perhaps that is precisely why the ring chose you," Radagast said, ducking into their shelter with a dusting of snow on his brown robes. "This battle will not be won with blades." On the 7th day of their journey, they reached the ice towers of Khan Dum, spires of translucent blue that reached toward the sky like the fingers of a frozen giant. At their center stood the tallest tower, where Ithilien was said to sit upon the ancient throne, directing the spread of his winter across all lands. "I can go no further," Radagast announced solemnly at the base of the central tower. "The magic that sustains me would be corrupted by the power of the throne. But you, Primrose Burrows, carry with you the very essence of spring's promise, even in midwinter. And I'll be right beside you," Balin assured her, patting the warhammer at his belt. "These old arms still remember how to swing." The ascent through the tower revealed wonders and horrors alike. Chambers of ice contained frozen tableaus, moments of history preserved like insects in amber. Here, a battlefield where men fought skeletal warriors. There, a feast hall where elven lords raised crystalline goblets in an eternal toast. Primrose felt the ring grow warmer against her skin with each floor they climbed, until finally they reached a set of doors carved with scenes of a world entirely encased in ice. The throne room, Balin whispered. "Once we enter, there's no turning back." Primrose squared her shoulders, a motion that would have looked comical on such a small figure were it not for the determination in her eyes. "Then we don't turn back." Beyond the doors lay a vast, circular chamber, whose ceiling opened to the sky, allowing snow to fall gently upon a throne carved from a single massive block of blue-white ice. Upon it sat a figure of terrible beauty, an elf lord whose silver hair cascaded over robes of frost white, his eyes the same luminous blue as Primrose's ring. A crown of icicles adorned his brow, and in his hand he held a scepter topped with what appeared to be a frozen star. "So," Ithilion's voice rang through the chamber like breaking ice, "the wielders of the lesser ring dare enter my domain." A dwarf, whose people hide from winter in their mountain halls, and a halfling, his perfect features registered surprise before settling into amused disdain. "Has the opposition to my eternal reign truly fallen so far?" "Your reign isn't eternal," Primrose said, stepping forward despite Balin's warning hand. "Nothing is. That's what you've forgotten. Ithilion the Fair. Winter must yield to spring, or the cycle that sustains all life is broken." The Frost King's laughter was like an avalanche. "The cycle is a lie told by the weak to comfort themselves. Power, true power, is eternal, as I am eternal, as winter shall be eternal." He raised his scepter, and the temperature in the room plummeted. Balin gasped, frost forming on his beard and eyebrows, his movements slowing as cold penetrated his bones. But Primrose stood unaffected, the ring on her finger blazing with blue-white fire. "You're not eternal," she said softly. "You're afraid of change, afraid of loss, afraid of the warmth that would melt your frozen heart." "Silence!" Ithilion rose from his throne, his beautiful face contorted with rage. "You know nothing of my heart, halfling." "But I do," Primrose replied, raising her hand with the ring. "Because I can see past the winter to what lies beneath. Not death, but life waiting to be reborn." As she spoke, the ring's light intensified, shooting upward through the open ceiling to the storm clouds above. Where the light touched, the clouds parted, revealing a patch of blue sky and a single ray of sun that fell upon the throne room floor. "No!" Ithilion cried, raising his scepter to close the gap in the clouds. But Primrose was already moving, her small form darting across the chamber to where the sunbeam touched the icy floor. She placed her hand with the ring directly in the light, and a transformation began. The ice did not melt. Instead, it revealed its true nature. The frozen scenes throughout the tower, the throne itself, even the crown upon Ithilion's brow, all were illusions, manifestations of fear given form. As the ring absorbed the sunlight, it pulsed with a rainbow of colors, no longer just the blue of ice, but the green of new leaves, the gold of summer wheat, the russet of autumn apples. "This is what the ring truly is," Primrose said, her voice strengthened by the revelation. "Not the ring of winter, but the ring of seasons. And you, Ithilion, are not the Frost King, but the guardian of the cycle, chosen long ago to ensure that no season dominated the others." Ithilion fell to his knees, the scepter slipping from his grasp as recognition dawned in his ancient eyes. I had forgotten." he whispered, so long on the throne, listening to its whispers of power and permanence. I forgot my purpose. The illusion of the throne room faded, revealing a much simpler chamber with 4 windows facing the cardinal directions. Through each window could be seen a different season: spring blossoms to the east, summer meadows to the south, autumn forests to the west, and winter mountains to the north. Balance, Balin breathed in wonder as the frost melted from his beard. And not the absence of winter, but its proper place in the cycle. Primrose approached Ithilien, who looked diminished without his crown of ice, though no less beautiful. She held out the ring to him. I think this belongs with you, Guardian. Not to control the seasons, but to remind you of their equal importance. Ithilien gazed at the ring, then slowly shook his head. No, Primrose Burrows of the Anduin Vale. The ring has chosen you as the new guardian. I have proven unworthy of the trust. That's ridiculous, Primrose protested. I'm just a hobbit. I need to get home to my garden and my patients and that, Ithilien interrupted, with the first genuine smile they had seen, is precisely why you are worthy. The ring needs one who loves the simple gifts of each season, not the power they represent. In the days that followed, the unnatural winter receded from the lands of Middle-earth. The ice towers of Carn Dûm remained, but transformed. Now they changed with the passing seasons, becoming towers of flowering crystal in spring, golden light in summer, amber and ruby in autumn, and returning to ice only in winter's rightful time. Primrose did return to the Anduin Vale, though she travelled often to the towers at the changing of the seasons. Her garden became famous throughout the region, for it somehow produced the fruits of all seasons simultaneously. Winter holly beside summer roses, spring tulips alongside autumn squash. And if travellers sometimes noticed a delicate pattern of frost upon her skin, or the way snow and ice seemed to move at her command during the depths of winter, they simply nodded respectfully and said, "There goes the Hobbit of winter," who reminded us all that even the coldest season carries within it the promise of spring. Story 5. The ancient trees of Mirkwood stood like silent sentinels, their gnarled branches intertwining above to form a canopy so dense that daylight dared not penetrate its depths. Yet it was not the darkness that caused travelers to avoid these woods of late. It was the whispers, voices that rode on the wind between leaf and branch, promising power, glory, and the fulfillment of one's deepest desires. And more terrifying still were the trees that no longer stood rooted but moved with purpose, their massive trunks groaning as they hunted those who ventured too deep into the shadowed realm. It was into this forbidding domain that Drogo Braveheart, a hobbit standing barely 4 feet tall, ventured alone one misty autumn morning. Unlike most of his kin who preferred the comforts of hearth and home, Drogo's eyes held the haunted look of one who had lost everything worth cherishing. 3 seasons prior, his wife and young daughter had accompanied him on what should have been a simple expedition to collect rare seedlings from the forest's edge. They never returned to the Shire. "You're a fool to return, halfling," came a voice from above, melodious yet sharp as a blade. "The forest consumes all who enter now." Drogo's hand flew to the small gardening knife at his belt, his only weapon, as he peered upward. Perched on a branch 20 feet above was an elf maiden, her silver hair contrasting sharply with leather armor dyed the colors of bark and moss. A longbow rested across her knees, an arrow nocked but not drawn. "Then you must be a fool as well," Drogo replied, lowering his hand. "For here you are." A humorless smile crossed the elf's face. "I am Legwyn, once of the Sylvan Guard, now exiled, and you are Drogo Braveheart of Hobbiton, once a gardener, now a seeker of answers. Answers! Legwin leapt down with feline grace, landing soundlessly before him. Oh, there are none to be found here, only death. The forest has gone mad. Even the Elven King has abandoned his halls. Drogo's jaw set stubbornly. My family was taken by shadows that spilled from these woods. I saw them, like living darkness with eyes of pale fire. Before I flee or fall, I will know why. The elf studied him, her ancient eyes measuring the diminutive figure before her. The Shadow Walkers. Servants of Melkorion, who has awakened in the heart of the forest. She gestured to a trail barely visible among the underbrush. The Elven King's armies gather north of here, alongside the men of Dale. They plan to burn the forest to the ground in 3 days. Time. Burn it! Drogo's voice rose in horror. But the forest itself isn't evil. Tell that to those who have been crushed beneath animated oaks, Legwin replied bitterly. But if you truly seek answers before the flames come, I will guide you. My own questions remain unanswered, and perhaps the Valar have sent you for a purpose. Thus began an unlikely alliance between the exiled elf warrior and the determined hobbit. They traveled deeper into Mirkwood than any had dared in recent months. The whispers grew more insistent around them, promising Legwin restoration to her position and family, offering Drogo visions of his loved ones restored to life. Yet the hobbit noticed something the elf could not perceive. Beneath the seductive whispers lay another sound, a different kind of communication. The trees, he murmured on their second night, as they camped in the hollow of an ancient elm that seemed resistant to the madness affecting its kin. They're not attacking, they're panicking. Legwin looked at him skeptically. They've killed dozens of travelers. Like a frightened horse might trample someone, Drogo insisted. They're trying to warn us away. He placed his palm against the bark of their sanctuary. This one isn't whispering promises, it's humming, a counter-melody to the darkness. Hobbits, Legwin sighed. Always believing the best of growing things. We understand them, Drogo said simply. My people have tended gardens and orchards since the elder days. We listen to the soil and the seed. These trees aren't attacking, they're crying out. On the third day, they reached the heart of Mirkwood, where an ancient circle of megalithic stones surrounded a pool of water so dark it seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. The wellspring of spirits, Legwin called it, once a sacred place where elves communed with the memory of Arda. Now corrupted, its waters bubbled with an oily iridescence that smelled of decay and broken promises. He is here, Legwin whispered, drawing her bow. Melkorion. The darkness of the pool gathered and rose, forming a towering figure with a crown of thorns and eyes like distant stars. And the last of the Sylvan elves comes to kneel before the new lord of the forest, came a voice that seemed to bypass the ears and speak directly to the mind. And she brings a halfling as tribute. How disappointing. While Legwin stood frozen before the ancient evil, Drogo found himself oddly immune to the paralyzing fear that emanated from the shadowy figure. Instead, his attention was drawn to 4 seed pods that lay equidistant around the edge of the pool, each glowing with a faint inner light. "You're poisoning the forest," the hobbit said, his clear voice cutting through the oppressive atmosphere. "That's why the trees move and whisper. They're trying to escape you." The Shadow Lord turned its attention to Drogo, surprise evident in its starry eyes. What would a creature of dirt and simple pleasures know of the great designs of a Maiar? "I know that all growing things seek the light," Drogo replied, inching toward one of the seed pods. "And whatever light was in you has long since been extinguished. Melkorion." The shadow roared, extending tendrils of darkness toward the hobbit. But where they touched him, they sizzled, and recoiled. "What magic is this?" Melkorian hissed. Legwyn, breaking free of her trance, loosed an arrow that pierced the shadow figure, causing it to howl in pain. "Run, halfling!" she cried. But Drogo didn't run. Instead, he grabbed one of the glowing seed pods and understood in an instant what must be done. "The cardinal points," he shouted to Legwyn. "We must plant these at the 4 corners of the forest. It's the only way to cleanse the wellspring." What followed was a desperate race against time and shadow. While Legwyn held off Melkorian's manifestation with arrows tipped with elven light, Drogo used his gardener's knowledge to quickly identify the paths of root and branch that would lead most directly to the forest's boundaries. "The armies will arrive by midday," Legwyn warned as they fought their way northward with the first seed. "We cannot reach all 4 points in time. We must," Drogo insisted, his hobbit stubbornness flaring. "These are silver leaf seeds from the First Age. They're the forest's original guardians, born from the tears of Yavanna herself." When they reached the northern edge of Mirkwood, they found the combined forces of elves and men already setting torches to the outermost trees. A great cry went up at the sight of Legwyn, and greater still was their surprise at her diminutive companion. "Stay your flames," she commanded. "We bring another way." Lord Thranduil, the Elven King himself, rode forward upon his great elk. "Legwyn of the Sylvan," he said coldly, "your exile is not lifted, and your words hold no weight here. The forest is lost to darkness." "Not darkness, your majesty," Drogo said, stepping forward and bowing. "Fear. The trees aren't corrupted, they're terrified. A fallen Maiar named Melkorian has poisoned the wellspring of spirits, but the forest fights him still." "And what would a halfling know of such matters?" Thranduil demanded. "More than you might expect," came another voice, and Gandalf the Grey emerged from the ranks of men. "The hobbits have long been keepers of greater wisdom than the wise give them credit for." The wizard knelt before Drogo. "What have you discovered, Master Braveheart?" Drogo held out the glowing seed pod. 4 seeds, 4 corners. The ancient guardians must be reawakened." Gandalf's eyes widened in recognition. "Silver leaf, not seen in Middle-earth since the Elder Days." He rose, addressing the assembled armies. "The Hobbit speaks truth. These seeds have the power to purify the forest, but they must be planted at the cardinal points before Melkorian's corruption becomes complete." Thus began a great race against darkness. While Gandalf and the Elven King led a force to confront Melkorian at the wellspring, Drogo and Legwyn were each given a swift horse and an escort of the fastest riders to reach the remaining cardinal points. Drogo, who had never ridden a horse in all his days, clung desperately to his mount as they thundered toward the southern boundary. The whispers grew more desperate around him, the trees thrashing in anguish as Melkorian sensed what was happening and poured his malice into the forest. At each cardinal point, Drogo and his counterparts planted a silver leaf seed, using the Hobbit's precise instructions, 3 inches deep, watered with 3 drops of elven wine, and blessed with words in the ancient tongue of growing things, a language Hobbits had preserved in their gardening songs without even realizing its power. As the final seed was planted, a great tremor ran through Mirkwood. The whispers ceased abruptly, replaced by a deep humming that resonated from root to crown throughout the forest. At the wellspring, according to those who witnessed it, Melkorian's shadow form was suddenly ensnared by roots of silver light that erupted from the pool, dragging the screaming Maiar back into the depths from which he had emerged. When Drogo returned to the wellspring days later, he found it transformed. Clear waters now reflected the sky, visible through a perfect circle opened in the forest canopy. Around the pool stood 4 saplings with leaves of purest silver. their roots visibly extending outward to connect with every tree in Mirkwood. "You have done what armies could not, Drogo Braveheart," Legwyn said softly, her exile lifted for her role in the forest's salvation. "You listened when others sought only to destroy." Drogo knelt by the pool, allowing his tears to fall into its crystalline depths. The water rippled, and for a brief moment he saw the faces of his wife and daughter reflected there, not trapped or suffering, but at peace among the stars. "The forest remembers them," he whispered, "as it will remember us all." In the years that followed, the Whispering Forest, as it came to be known, was a place of healing rather than fear. And though Drogo eventually returned to the Shire, a small garden of silver-leafed plants bloomed eternally before his hobbit hole door, a reminder that sometimes the smallest hands perform the greatest deeds, and that the wisdom of hobbits, rooted in growing things, has its own unique magic in the vast tapestry of Middle-earth. Story 6. The mist clung to the green hills like ancient memories reluctant to fade into time. Dawn had barely touched the eastern sky as Peregrine Took II knelt beside a glimmering pool, his breath forming small clouds in the cool morning air. The young hobbit had wandered farther from the Shire than most of his kind dared, drawn by dreams that had plagued him for a fortnight. Dreams of starlight dancing on water and whispers in a language he did not understand yet somehow knew. "There must be something here," he muttered, brushing aside the tall grass. His fingers trembled slightly as they disturbed centuries of silence. The sunlight broke through the mist just then, and a flash of silver caught his eye, something embedded in the mud near the water's edge. Peregrine reached down, his weathered fingers closing around a shard of what appeared to be glass, though it felt heavier, more substantial. As he lifted it from its earthen cradle, the fragment caught the light, and Peregrine gasped. Within its depths swirled colors no mortal eye should witness: the deep blue of forgotten seas, the silver of stars long extinguished, and a darkness that seemed to breathe. "Impossible," he whispered, recognizing it from the tales his grandfather had passed down. Stories of great adventures alongside Frodo Baggins and the Fellowship of the Ring. This was no ordinary glass, but a fragment of legend itself, a piece of the Mirror of Galadriel, the ancient scrying pool of the Lady of Lorien. No sooner had his fingers closed around the shard than visions flooded his mind, great winged shadows blotting out the sun, mountains crumbling beneath clawed feet, villages aflame. And above it all, a figure crowned in iron and malice, faceless beneath a tattered hood, yet somehow familiar in its terrible presence. The visions released him as suddenly as they had come, leaving Peregrine gasping on his knees. The fragment clutched tightly against his chest. 3 days later, Peregrine sat before the hearth in his modest hobbit hole, the mirror fragment wrapped in cloth on the table before him. Sleep had abandoned him to the mercy of the visions that now came unbidden each night, dragons returning to Middle-earth, led by the crowned shadow. A quiet knock at his door startled him from his brooding. Standing on his doorstep was a figure too tall to be a hobbit, but too slight to be a man. A grey cloak concealed most of their features, but Peregrine could see the glint of eyes that had witnessed centuries. "You have found what was lost," the stranger said, voice like autumn leaves rustling. "And now it has found you, Peregrine Took, heir of Pippin the Brave." "Who are you?" Peregrine demanded, hand instinctively reaching for the knife he kept by the door, a habit his neighbors found peculiar for a hobbit. The stranger lowered their hood, revealing angular features and pointed ears partially hidden beneath silver-streaked dark hair. "Ah, I am Barahir, last warden of the Eastern Guard. The mirror fragment you possess has awakened, and its call has been heard by those who should remain forgotten." Within the hour, Peregrine found himself packing a small satchel with provisions, the fragment safely tucked inside an inner pocket of his waistcoat. Barahir spoke of ruins in the golden wood of LOTR, where answers and allies awaited. The thought of leaving the Shire terrified Peregrine, yet the visions terrified him more. If dragons were indeed returning, nowhere would remain safe for long. Their journey took them across lands that had changed much since the days of the War of the Ring. Where once the elves had dwelled in harmony with the forest, men now built and felled with equal measure. The old paths had faded, and new roads cut through ancient groves without reverence for what had come before. On the seventh day, as they made camp beneath the stars, Peregrine noticed a change in himself. His dreams were sharper, and sometimes, even awake, he would hear whispers in a harsh language that made his skin crawl. More disturbing still was the growing sense that he was being watched from within. "The fragment speaks to you," Barahir observed, his keen eyes missing nothing. "It is both blessing and curse. The Mirror of Galadriel was a powerful artifact, and even in pieces, it retains much of its magic." "It shows me dragons," Peregrine confessed, "and a figure leading them, a shadow wearing a crown of iron spikes." Barahir's face paled in the firelight. "The Witch King of Angmar," he whispered. "But that cannot be. He was destroyed during the Battle of the Pelennor Fields. His physical form, perhaps?" Came a new voice from the darkness beyond their camp. "But spirits as ancient and malevolent as his are not so easily banished from this world." Into the circle of firelight stepped a dwarf with a beard braided with runes of silver and gold. An axe hung at his belt, its edge glimmering with an unnatural blue light. "Durin Stoneheart, at your service," he bowed slightly. "The wardens sent me to accompany you to Lorien. The roads grow more dangerous the closer we come to the old ruins." As their journey continued, now 3 where there had been 2, Peregrine learned that Barahir and Durin belonged to a secret fellowship known as the Guardians of Memory, descendants of all free peoples who had sworn to protect the ancient knowledge of the elves after their departure to the undying lands. The Guardians had watched over the scattered fragments of powerful artifacts, ensuring they remained hidden from those who would misuse them. "Why was this piece left unguarded?" Peregrine asked one evening. "It wasn't," Durin replied grimly. "Its guardian was found dead 3 moons past. We believed the fragment lost until it called to you." The ruins of Caras Galadhon emerged from the mists like the ghost of a forgotten dream. The once mighty Malon trees stood bare, their silver bark dulled by time. Yet even in decay, there was a haunting beauty to the elven city that made Peregrine catch his breath. They were led through overgrown paths by silent sentinels until they reached what had once been the heart of Lorien. There, in a glade where starlight seemed to linger even in daylight, they found the Guardian Enclave. A dozen figures of various races gathered around a circular table of white stone. At their head stood a woman whose features betrayed her mixed heritage, the immortal grace of the elves tempered by human determination. "Welcome, Peregrine Took," she said, her voice like distant music. "I am Miriel, Keeper of the Flame. You have brought back what was taken, though I fear at great cost to yourself." Peregrine surrendered the fragment, which Miriel placed upon the stone table alongside 2 other pieces of the legendary mirror. 3 of 7, she murmured, not enough to complete the binding ritual. That night, as the Guardians debated their next course of action, Peregrine learned the full truth. The Witch King of Angmar had not been destroyed, but merely disembodied. For centuries, his spirit had sought a suitable host to inhabit, one with a connection to those who had played a role in his downfall. Your ancestor Peregrine Took stood witness to the Witch King's defeat, Miriel explained. There is power in bloodlines and in names. The Witch King seeks to use you as his vessel to return to physical form and lead the dragons he has been gathering in the northern wastes. The fragment has accelerated his influence, she nodded. Yet it may also be your salvation. The complete mirror of Galadriel could be used to perform the ritual of unbinding, severing his connection to you and this world permanently. Then we must find the remaining pieces, Peregrine said with a determination that surprised even himself. The next weeks passed in a blur of perilous journeys, a fragment recovered from the depths of a barrow in the ancient kingdom of Arnor. Another from the ruins of Weathertop, where the Witch King had once wounded Frodo Baggins. With each recovered piece, the visions grew stronger, and Peregrine felt the Witch King's presence clawing at the edges of his mind. They were ambushed in the misty mountains by creatures that should not exist in the Fourth Age, fell beasts ridden by figures in tattered black robes. Lesser wraiths, Barahir explained, as they fled through ancient dwarf tunnels. Me, servants created by the Witch King to do his bidding until he regains physical form. The final fragment was the most perilous to obtain, hidden in the ruins of Minas Morgul itself, the Witch King's former stronghold. As they approached the sickly green glow that still emanated from the valley, Peregrine felt the presence in his mind grow stronger, more insistent. He knows, Peregrine gasped, clutching his head. He knows what we intend. The sky above darkened unnaturally as they retrieved the final fragment from a chamber deep within the ruined city. A shadow fell across the land, the eclipse foretold by the ancient texts, the moment when the veil between worlds would thin, allowing the Witch King to fully manifest. They raced back to Lorien, pursued by wraiths and the first of the dragons, massive, ancient creatures awakened from hibernation by the Witch King's call. The final ritual would require all 7 fragments assembled around the original basin of Galadriel's fountain under the light of the eclipse. As Miriel began the ritual, chanting in an elven tongue not heard in Middle-earth for an age, Peregrine felt his control slipping. The Witch King's presence surged within him, and he found himself fighting his own hand as it reached for a dagger at his belt. "Hurry!" Durin urged, restraining Peregrine as he thrashed and spat words in the black speech of Mordor. The 7 fragments, arranged around the weathered basin, began to glow. Water from a silver pitcher, collected from the sacred springs of Lorien, filled the basin, and the fragments rose, reuniting in a flash of blinding light to reform the legendary mirror. Peregrine screamed as darkness poured from his eyes and mouth, coalescing above the mirror in the shape of a crowned helm. "Now!" Miriel cried, plunging a silver dagger into the center of the reformed mirror. Light exploded outward, and the shadow above Peregrine howled in a voice that shattered stone before dissolving into the eclipse above. In the days that followed, word came from the north that the dragons had returned to their slumber, the spell that had awakened them broken with the Witch King's banishment. The mirror of Galadriel, its purpose fulfilled, had shattered once more, this time into dust that scattered on the winds. Peregrine Tuktu returned to the Shire changed, as his namesake had generations before. The Guardians of Memory had offered him a place among their ranks, which he had neither accepted nor refused. For now, he was content to sit in his garden, watching the stars emerge as twilight fell, knowing that some shadows had been banished from Middle-earth forever, and that should darkness threaten again, there would always be unlikely heroes to stand against it, just as there had always been. In his dreams now, instead of dragons and crowned shadows, he sometimes glimpsed a lady of light smiling upon him from across a vast sea, a gentle acknowledgement from one guardian to another across the boundaries of time and legend.